State Electricity Regulatory Authority with powers to regulate such market, deliver a formal notification of the enactment to NERC and request that they transfer regulatory authority, deliver notification to the successor electricity distribution licensee, and that electricity distribution licensee is required to incorporate a company for that state specifically. And what are the likely challenges? And this must be completed after this notification. Within 6 months, you need to, everything needs to be completed. NERC will write you, NERC will publish notification. And I'm sure if you go to NERC's website, you see some of those notifications and others. And you can also read Section 232 of the Electricity Act. Likely challenges to be encountered by states establishing their own electricity market. Funding and investment. You need to really make it attractive. If a state isn't attractive, and if you go everywhere in the world, to be honest, it's what federalism promotes. It's what federalism allows. If you go to Canada, for example, where everyone seems to want to go, you find out that if you took away Calgary, Vancouver, Toronto, or maybe Victoria, one or two other cities, most other cities aren't quite as attractive for many things like those other cities. You go to certain places that are like farm settlements, maybe advanced farm settlements. If you go to certain places that are like advanced rural areas, you know. So it's same for Nigeria. I don't think it's every state that be able to get funding and get investment. States cannot do it themselves. It will be a steep learning curve, but I think some states would succeed. But I'm not sure. I doubt that every state who tries it will succeed. For some states, it would initially probably be a fundraising, an opportunity to generate money or to control its energy future. But they need to understand that it's a bit more than what they think. Establishing a suitable yet investor-friendly regulatory framework, that's critical. Because if you're not investor attractive, it then means you're saying the state will have to fund it, and that's nearly impossible because the state is already grappling with so many issues that it's struggling. Speak much less of now putting down capital to develop that sector. Capacity building is also a challenge, right? Because you need to have people who know, who have enough competence and capacity to deal with the issues. Resolving and developing responsibilities of similar agencies. That's another thing that need to take into consideration in different states. How can states effectively establish the electricity market? First thing, and similar to what we have stated, they need to ensure that they create an environment or an ecosystem, like the younger guys like to speak about tech and some other things, that attracts investors. If you do not have something that attracts investors, then you can have an effective market. You should follow due process. You know, if you do not follow due process and there's so much political interference, you are then going to have challenges with investors coming to set up in that state. You have to enact laws and policies that meet the specific needs of the states. It's not a copy and paste situation. Different states have different resources and have different means by which they can generate electricity, do their distribution. Some have a lot of water, some have can do thermal, some have radiation, strong radiation. So it depends on what resources you have. And some have coal, right? We can debate clean coal technology and all of that. You know, we can debate issues around carbons and CFCs, ozone layer depletion and all of that. But there's conversation around clean carbon technology. And sorry, I'm quite pro-Trump when it comes to energy policy. And I think that everyone can use what may work for them. And maybe we should invest more around technology that captures carbon capture, sequestration. All of those are things we may need to invest in as everyone begins to use their own energy source. Capacity building. The state will need skilled personnel. You know, you may have to borrow people from NERC, you know, or maybe hire people from NERC. There's also the need for, or bring people who've gone abroad. There's also the need for advanced technology, right? You need to be able to stop or substantially reduce energy theft. That's a critical challenge we've had in the sector. If you do not consider it properly before going into setting up your own electricity market, you may fall into the same problem the Federation had fallen into prior to now. So it's not sufficient to just want to create your own electricity market or take over the regulatory regime from NERC. You must ensure that you've dotted your I's and you've crossed your T's as states. And this is what you as lawyers, younger lawyers who may be advising or supporting more senior people who are advising states. These are some of the things you may need to speak to them about. Now, delineation of intrastate electricity operation. So within the state, you may want to have regions, right? You also want to ensure, and each state, it will work differently for each state, right? You want to determine whether you'd have units of your regulator in different local governments. You understand? And you need to be able to determine whether you'd have a single regulator that deals with every regulator. Once I apply for a generation license, someone is not coming to meet me for gas, someone is not coming to meet me for EIA. So I have a single point of submission. You need to determine how you want to run it. Cost reflective tariffs is critical, and you need to think around subsidies. Do you want to give subsidies? Can you afford to give subsidies? What would it cost? Do you have people paying taxes such as you have more than enough? Some of the taxation will be used for subsidies, or you're not giving subsidies at all, or you want to do cross subsidy, right? So you need to think through this, how your tariffs will work, a tariff that would be attractive, that will ensure that investors are able to recover their capex and able to meet their opex, and then are able to get a margin. Develop consumer protection regulations. This would also be critical because without the customer, you are not in business. So you need to protect the customer. You need to ensure that the customer experience is great. And this is a conversation you need to be having with your clients. Regional electricity collaborations. These are conversations that can happen, but recall that once you want to do interstate generation, then NEC will definitely be involved. But you can have collaboration in other means, right? In other ways, right? Our state should not establish the electricity market. You can't make rigid and overlapping laws that create room for ambiguity and uncertainty in state regulatory framework. I've heard people say it very often. Even I, as an investor, would rather a bad law that is stable and consistent, that I can find smart lawyers like my seniors seated here to work around, than for me to have good laws, but laws that continue to change. Most investors want clarity, want certainty when they invest. You also need to take into consideration stakeholder and the views, the concerns of major players and stakeholders. If you don't do that, then you will be making a mistake. You don't want nepotism and favoritism. You want to ensure that the right people are granted licenses and permits. You don't want to poorly implement laws. Like I always say when I have the opportunity to speak, and for topics such as this, Nigeria's problem isn't the inadequacy of laws. More often than not, the problem is you have bad players implementing those laws or interpreting them. If you have the right people, even with bad laws, you find out that bad laws will be well interpreted. But if you have bad people interpreting bad laws or implementing bad laws, if you have bad people implementing good laws, the result will be bad. So in two ways we struggle, and each state needs to take this into consideration, or in your advisory. At times it's not implementation of laws. At other times it's poor implementation. Poor in the sense that bad implementation or mischievous implementation. Employing the services of non-qualified personnel can also be a problem. My dad, before he passed on almost 2 years now, said something to me, may so rest in peace, said something to me once. When I had a friend who was the head of a unit in the engineering department of old NEPA, I know he had told me that story once. So, you know, I think if you have wrong people, you would end up getting the wrong results. What the privatization of NESI means to lawyers, particularly to younger lawyers, and I think that's important. Project advisory, there are opportunities to advise. There are big deals, there are small deals. The biggest guys can get the biggest deals, but you start with the smaller deals, project advisory, and once you show capacity, then you move on to the next one and the next one. Project finance advisory, due diligence, whether it's limited due diligence, whether it's full or it's red flag due diligence, multiple regulatory advisory, you can advise different states, right? Ogun is doing it, Ondo is doing it, Edo is doing it, Imo, Enugu, Abia, Anambra. So you've got multiple regulators and you can provide advice. You can draft laws, policies, and other regulatory materials. You can train and help them build capacity. Even writing. You'd write one day and someone would notice you. Many years ago, I think it was more than 10 years now, I wrote an article which was seen by one of the IOCs, some staff of the IOCs, it's very senior staff, and they needed an independent opinion on something related. And I was paid, and reasonably well. Must be about 13 years ago now, 12, 13 years ago, because my daughter was born about that time. And that money paid some of the bills. So you never know. So writing is always a good strategy. Dispute resolution advisory, procuring licenses, permits, and approvals. These are opportunities, right? How young lawyers can prepare themselves for opportunities made available by the privatization of NASA and the decentralization. Reason exhaustively on electricity-related subjects, particularly regulatory changes, global matters, and newly introduced dynamics such as the just transition concept. Participating in trainings and mentorship sessions taken by industry leaders or those knowledgeable about the sector. Writing articles on electricity-related matters. And when you write, you read more because you don't want to write what is wrong. Being open to learning, unlearning, and relearning as the need arises. Remaining abreast of matters arising in the Nigerian electricity supply industry or respective state electricity markets. I think that would be it. I think that sustainability, and that's something I didn't mention. I think that from a sustainability standpoint, we first need to ensure that we have electricity, which is where we are headed. If we do not have electricity and we're energy poor, there's really nothing we're sustaining. So I think that for now, whilst we keep our eye, and I'm sure you've seen that a number of the IOCs have rolled back on their energy transition plans. Shell, Total, at least those two, I am sure, have rolled back their plans. You know, they want to do more with gas. So there are opportunities with gas to power. There are opportunities with renewable energy. And all of these can ensure or can help if states do it well and maybe free up the grid. Those who can afford to create their own electricity market can continue to rely on the grid. And ultimately, we may all have electricity and more sustainability. And we then can speak more around sustainable development, where we go green, where we use largely non-carbon related energy sources. Thank you very much. I do not know if you've got questions, but I have written 5 books on oil, gas, power. Just in case you're interested in any of the books after now, you can reach out to me. Thank you very much. I'm available to take questions. So I guess we go straight to the question and answer session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayodele Oni. I mean, everyone on the call can agree with me that this has been very, very insightful. The Dr. Ayodele Oni took us right from the journey when the decentralization started. You know, we started with the constitutional amendment that was assented by the then president, Muhammadu Buhari, and it culminated to the enactment of the Electricity Act and down. He also took us on a journey on the implication of this decentralization, and we've identified some of them and also took us down to the challenges and the opportunities in this decentralization for young lawyers like you, like me. So thank you so much, Doctor. And I know everybody on the call, you have so much questions. You're itching to ask your questions. Yeah, there'll be time for question and answer. So we're trying to compress everything within time. because our thought leaders are busy people. To get them it wasn't particularly an easy, task to get them join the call. And we're really happy they're here with us. So if you have any questions, you can make use of the chat box and, ask your questions on the chat box. Any other questions that you have from this presentation, put them in the chat box, and any further questions that you might have from the panel session, also put them on the chat box. So we'll be moving quickly to the panel session. So we already will have Dr. Ayodele Oni also as one of the panelists, and I'm going to be introducing additional 3 panelists in our midst. So in no particular order, one of the panelists is no other than the Leonard Silk, Mr. Wolemi Eson, SAN. So, and I'll be reading his citation. So, Mr. Wolemi Eson, SAN is the Deputy Managing Partner of Olaniwa Ajayi LP. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. So, he belongs to a select group of Nigerian lawyers proficient in both contentious and non-contentious practices. So, Mr. Eson's non-contentious practice has a particular emphasis on advising on various aspects of energy and infrastructure asset development. So privatization, acquisition, financing, and operations. Additionally, he provides guidance on complex corporate and commercial transactions, including financing transactions and mergers and acquisitions across Nigeria's economic spectrum. So in contentious matter, Mr. Wolemi Eson represents clients in arbitration, both domestic and international, as well as litigation in Superior Courts of Nigeria. Mr. Eson is a Jeremy Bentham Scholar of the University College London. He is ranked as a leading lawyer in Nigeria by most of the leading independent legal directories, including Chambers Global, IFLR 1000, and Legal 500. He has been described by Chambers Global as a standard lawyer with a tremendous reputation. So Mr. Wolemi Eson was on the call, but I'll just inform that he's represented now. So he had an urgent matter to attend to, and he's represented by Ganiat Seriki, who is on the call to represent him. I was just informed now. So thank you. Then we also have, as a member of the panel, Mrs. Dolapo Kokoyi. So Mrs. Dolapo Kokoyi is a senior partner of Detail Commercial Solicitors. So, and I'll be reading her citation also, so you know that NBA-YLF has gathered sage to be in our midst today. So Mrs. Dolapo Kokoyi is a renowned energy and infrastructure strategist, legal expert, and governance leader with over 20 years of experience driving high-impact projects across Africa. So as a senior partner at Detail Commercial Solicitor, she has led complex transactions in energy, climate finance, and investment strategy. She has guided organizations through regulatory frameworks, financial structuring, and sustainable growth. She serves on multiple boards, including Nori Energy, Berlin and Africa, Arctic Infrastructure, and the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, where she shapes investment policies, governance frameworks, and climate finance strategies. Her expertise has been recognized by the IFLR 1000, Chambers, and Who's Who Legal, cementing her reputation as a leading voice in private capital mobilization, energy transition, and regulatory reform. So Mrs. Dolapo Kokoyi is also an avid speaker and thought leader, and is passionate about encouraging advancement of women in professional and entrepreneurial circles. She enjoys the expression of music, traveling for leisure, and playing amateur golf when time permits. So we have Mrs. Dolapo Kokoyi also as panelist today. And the last panelist, but definitely not the least, is Mrs. Olajumoke Delano. So, and it's good to have, people from the private sector, which is why we try as much as possible to, get different perspectives on this. So, Mr. Olajumoke Delano is the MD and CEO, CBI Limited. So, Mr. Olajumoke, I'll be reading her citation very shortly. So, Mr. Olajumoke Delano is an energy and infrastructure expert and SDG 7 advocate, which promotes increased access to safe, clean, and affordable electricity within Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa, and even by extension to other developing nations, using innovative but viable methods. She's interested in building platforms for collaboration across Africa's power sector, She has facilitated the establishment of the first task force for the prosecution of electricity-related offenses and the first booklet on electricity theft, which recorded convictions of electricity offenders. Olajumoke's expertise extends to legal advisory, energy regulation, infrastructure development, PPPs, PPPs, projects, and transaction structuring, transforming state-owned enterprises, governance, compliance, contracts, and documentation within emerging markets. Ms. Olajumoke Delano is a multi-jurisdictional attorney qualified to practice both in Nigeria, England, and Wales, and also in New York, United States of America. She has over 30 years experience in various sectors, cutting across energy, infrastructure, professional and financial services, working with organizations like AEDC, that's Abuja Electricity Distribution PLC, Citibank, and Infrastructure Bank. She's also a chartered secretary and administrator, a chartered mediator, and advocate for building a compliance culture within organization. She holds a master's in banking and finance law from Queen Mary University of London in 2004, and she's currently the managing consultant at CBI Limited, through which she has worked as a senior energy consultant to the United Kingdom Nigeria Infrastructure Advisory Facility, that's UKNIF, on several projects. Please, you can agree with me that we really have a star-studded panel in today to take forward this discussion. So please, let's welcome our panelists, and we'll be asking our panelists some questions relating to this decentralization. So, and yeah. So quickly, Ms. Dr. Ayodeloni has said so much about the impact this decentralization could have on our electricity sector. But, I believe that some of us here on the call, including, and I've read different places, and people are really concerned as to certain issues and challenges that have been seen or that could potentially be seen due to this decentralization. So I'll be asking, first of all, to Mrs. Dolabo Kukoyi. So as we all know, so by the virtue of this, inclusion of this electricity in the concurrent legislative list now, the states have powers to enact laws within their jurisdiction. So the question is, now what happens? What do you think would happen? Because, people have clamored for energy federalism. I said, oh, states should be given powers. Now the question, the existence of the federal laws that we have now, what happens to them? Now, how would how the interplay between the federal laws and state laws, how would they be coordinated to make sure that we don't have chaos in the regulatory framework? So what happens to the federal laws, and what happens to where the state has enacted their own laws?
Thanks, Zion, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the NBA-YLF for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here. And thanks to all my colleagues on the call, Ayo, Jumoke, Wolemi Eson, SAN, represented, Wala. Thank you for the opportunity. So I think that was at the time when the law was issued, and of course, when we started to see snippets of how the states wanted things to go, that was the major concern, how we could avoid chaos. But I think that so far, NERC has kind of tried to play some kind of mediatory and leadership role in ensuring that hopefully we don't end in chaos, but it's very clear that the states always had the intention to, if I use the word, to if I use the phrase, to take their own destinies into their own hands. But by the Electricity Act, how do things stand as of today? Who is supposed to be doing what? And I don't know if I can show a pictorial. I don't know if I can share my screen and just show you a pictorial.
Yeah, you can.
What it looks like. Okay, so just give me a minute. So, apologies. So this just shows you a pictorial of what the Electricity Act currently provides for states and for NERC. what is covered. You will see that there are places where there are repetitions or intersections, but the general rule, as Ayo has said, is that states cover generation, distribution, and transmission as within their states, and then the NERC covers intra-states. But as you see on the left, you see electricity generation, electricity transmission, including IETNs, which is independent electricity transmission networks. Electricity distribution, including IEDNs, are covered by states as well. System operation within the state to be covered by the states. Rural electrification within the state to be covered by the state. Tariff regulation will be covered by state as within the states. Obviously, there are areas of overlap. And then you'd see with electricity generation on the NERC side, you see that IETNs are still covered. However, it is more, it will be more interstate or interstate. Now, the question is, can there be, will there be conflict? I think that there will be, as time goes on, and time will tell. You can even see interstate or transnational electricity distribution, and that is to other countries. System operation as well, rural electrification, and tariff regulation. So I would say that we are still in early stages, so time will tell. But I think that to avoid chaos, there are a few things that we can do. Just stop sharing. And one is that NERC continues to kind of maintain some kind of leadership role. I mean, if we look at our landscape, NERC is the most experienced regulator. It only makes sense that the states are kind of guided, And I think one other key thing is for the states is don't reinvent the wheel. If there are things already established, if there are already established precedents for certain things, build on those, learn from the lessons of what it is that's happening in those sectors, and don't reinvent the wheel, so that we don't have chaos. Don't want to do something that's peculiar to you for whatever reason, and you find that you put everything in chaos. And I think the other thing is always take into consideration the fact that you are all now states, investment destinations. And I think I made that emphasize that point really clearly to say that not all states, in fact his statement was not all states will attract investment, but if states look at it that they've all become investment destinations, then they will be careful not to ensure that we are having different operators continue to have the same licenses. You have a NERC license, you also have a state license, and this comes at cost. It costs time, it costs effort, it costs resources. So I will stop there in terms of my response. Yeah. But
all right. Yeah, thank you very much, Ma. It's clear that okay, so for states, they will start regulating their markets within their states while the federal laws will apply interstates. That's what I got from that. So the next question will go to Mrs. Olajumoke Delano. So I'm just trying to get your thoughts on this. So what is the view of the private sector? Is this decentralization a welcome development? Do they see opportunities? Do they see, or they are scared, there's going to be conflicting policies here and there, they better not take this risk? And so what is the private sector, what's their view on this?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for the invitation, NBA-YLF. Thank you for the invitation, and my regards to my fellow speakers and all attendees on this call. So on the issue of state electricity markets, the decentralization, it's a very welcome development, and I would use some illustrations. There's a CEO I worked with, for a couple of years, and he always said something. He says, "How do you eat an elephant?" And the answer to that question is one bite at a time. Now, decentralization allows you to have 36 plus 1 FCT ways of attacking the problem of energy security and energy access. If you listen to the numbers, the percentages of people that don't have steady supply, it's huge. 90 million people in a country of 240 million people. So that problem in itself creates an opportunity. If you look at the statistics in the Nigerian electricity supply industry, where you have installed capacity, that means, I'll try and make the language very simple. You have generation companies that can generate energy of 15,000 megawatts. You have a transmission. Okay, that's an installed capacity. They have the capacity to do that. But how much of that capacity actually goes, through transmission? It's not up to that. There's a shortfall. Transmission has a transmission capacity of 8,100 compared to the 15,000 that is installed. So you see that there's also a deficit there. Then even between transmission, which is the transporter for the electricity sector that takes the energy from the generation companies and takes it to the distribution companies. Distribution companies distributes about between 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts. So the gaps that you see show that there is a problem somewhere. But this problem is also an opportunity. And now you have the opportunity with the decentralization taking place. For governments who are interested, Dr. Oni had mentioned that it's not mandatory. State governments, need to, indicate their interest. There was some information, though, at one of the Nigerian Governors Forum meetings that all the states want to enact their electricity laws by end of May. Is that a good idea? I would say there is no need to rush, right? It's important that, even the things that Dolapo mentioned about what is important about setting up a state electricity market. Before you set up a state electricity market, you must be mindful of what will be required in order to make that electricity market viable, in order to make the electricity market attractive to investors, making it an investment destination that investors want to participate in. They want to put their funds in. For example, just this week, Enugu State is one of the forerunners of the decentralization. They have enacted their law. They've set up their State Electricity Regulatory Commission. They have enacted they've set up some regulations, tariffs, licensing. So there are some prerequisites. And only this week, they had a stakeholder engagement session with potential investors. I endorse totally the concept of decentralization because it creates more opportunities, it creates more jobs, it creates more ways of solving the problem of energy security in Nigeria. And the reform started in 2005, was when the EPSRA, Electric Power Sector Reform Act, was enacted. This is 2025. So this is 20 years. So even if we are skeptical about what the states can do, it's about time we try something different. And, just like one of the things I have observed, and I am hoping, is the states, there will now be competition between states, not just as in investment destinations, but because states now have a responsibility. They are now accountable for ensuring that their states have energy security. And so there are diverse ways that they can go about that. This presents investment opportunities, as we've said. For example, in generation, the gaps. If you look at a state, for example, like Enugu, that is receiving about 100 megawatts from the grid and has self-generation of 500 megawatts. So you know that the state is being run on self-generation, not on the energy that is receiving from the grid. And so there's now an opportunity to replace that 500 megawatts of self-generation on clean, energy generation by generation, IPPs, independent power producers. And of course, for you to generate electricity, there must be a need to strengthen the transmission networks, strengthen distribution networks to be able to receive this new energy that is coming in. So there is a lot of opportunity, but it must be managed properly. It's not a 100-meter dash, as they say. It's a marathon, and a marathon that needs to be planned properly. And you plan properly by having proper policies, proper laws. Then those laws, you must also have regulations that speak to make it clear to an investor what to expect. What about your enabling environment? So it's a positive development, only that it's a positive development that needs to be managed properly. Let me stop there for now.
All right, thank you, thank you. I mean, I totally agree with you. It's something that's needed to be done. Just like you mentioned, you can't eat an elephant by not cutting it bit by bit. I agree. I totally agree. And the next question, I have to throw it to Dr. Ayodele. So, I mean, you can agree with me that there are concerns. Every of the panelists, there seems to be this unanimous agreement as to the concerns around this decentralization. So, and one of the concerns is, there's a potential for the state governments to exert excessive political influence over those electricity markets in their states. And sometimes it could lead to inefficiencies, favoritism, and even, the worst form of it, the regulatory capture. So now the question is, the states now have the power. How can we ensure, what are the things that we need to put in place to ensure that these regulatory frameworks that are being set up are independent to, let their aim be to make sure they operate the market transparently without being unduly influenced from the state government? So what are the safeguards we need to put in place to ensure that?
Okay, that's a tough question, but thanks. I'll give it a shot. It starts from the law. The law itself needs to be very strong and completely make the state governor almost powerless. I hope you can hear me. Maybe I should shout a bit. I said
We can hear you. Don't worry. We can
it
hear
starts
you.
with the law.
We
You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, it starts with the law. The law needs to be strong and needs to make the state governor almost powerless. Because if he can suspend, remove, do whatever he wants, then the chances are that you don't have regulatory capture. The chances are that he will do things according to his whim and caprices. I mean, some state governors may be different, but you do not even want to open that door in the first place. So the state needs to be the enabling law needs to be well crafted. One. Two, people need to ask questions. We need to make our public officials and officers more answerable to us. If they become more answerable, then they become more careful. I think that those are two things we can do from the law. Advocating for good laws, like Mrs. Delano, I see, is doing in a number of states. Advocate for good laws that are strong. Ask your elected officials questions, even the guys in the state houses of assembly. I think that's where it starts from. And also making the point, maybe even writing, right? And making the point well known to these governors that if they become overbearing, if there is regulatory capture, especially from their own end, the state market may fail and may have adverse effects on the economy of the state. They may have to run back to NERC, right? So it's important that we make these points very clear through advocacy, through writing, and ensuring that we probably are a part of the law-making process so that we end up having strong laws that can help us as much as laws can prevent some of this. But I know culture eats strategy, laws, and all of that for breakfast if our culture doesn't support what that law envisages. But I think those are some of the steps that can be taken. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so that's one noted. The laws has to be strongly worded to avoid the incidences of regulatory capture. We'll come back to that discussions much later. So, but I have a follow-up question. Okay, maybe let me just to the learned silk. I mean, Mrs. Dolapo has stated, while she was answering our questions, that NEC's input is still needed. NEC needs to play this role, helping these states. But I just want to ask a question. Won't it be seen that NEC is interfering? So look at it. So we know that NEC has been regulating this sector since 2005 when the EPSTRA established NEC, and they've played a very significant role in regulating this sector. So now that this decentralization has happened, so how should the relationship between NEC and these state regulators be governed? Because I don't want it, we are seeing a situation of potential, interference when NEC will say, oh, you're not supposed to do this. The State Electricity Regulatory Commission will say, no, I'm supposed to do this. And we'll start seeing, quabbles in the sector where, this regulator will take this regulator to court. And so, I mean, that's not a good sign. So how do you think NERC should continue to play its role? Do they play the role of a big brother? Let's get your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Zion, and apologies once again that the Learned Silk had to be unavoidably absent. So with respect to your question, right, I think, like you mentioned, what should NERC's role be? NERC, and like Dr. Ayodele mentioned in his presentation, NERC still needs to play a form of an active role within the sector because there's still a lot of capacity building that is required. So what NERC has been doing so far, I think they're on the right path. So they've set out what the transition plans are for the states. They've set out what the states can do to develop the electricity markets. And so what they need to continue to do is to coordinate with the state electricity regulatory commissions. So it needs to be a gradual process because a lot of state electricity regulatory commissions, they still need some sort of hand-holding. They need the support of NERC. I believe one of the panelists mentioned that they might even need to hire people that have previously worked with NERC or get that information from them. I recall maybe a couple of weeks ago, there was a stakeholder session between NERC and the relevant electricity regulatory commissions of states that have developed the market, within which NERC had provided support as to how to be transparent, how to set policies, and setting tariffs. And that's the sort of support that NERC still needs to continue to have within the sector, because NERC, I believe the previous panelists had mentioned the fact that this is a sector that has been in development since 2005 in the past 20 years, and NERC has been a factor or a presence within the sector. And so them transitioning out of the sector abruptly would cause chaos. And so we still need NERC to, in your words, be a big brother to the state electricity regulatory commissions. But one thing that is critical is a delineation of what the jurisdiction is between NERC and the state electricity sector regulatory commissions. So for instance, like Mrs. Kukoyi showed on the screen earlier, what the delineation is between what the states can do and what NERC still does. And so there are certain instances, what the Electricity Act provides is that the state regulates on areas within the state, but there's still that restrictions around areas for respect to areas that rely on the national grid. So respect to, distribution, generation, the structure that still rely on the national grid, NERC still has some powers to regulate on that. So NERC and the states, they need to delineate, what really is the role, what really is their role still within the state, still within the sector, particularly when you then start looking at interstate trading. Because I think there was a question in the chats around, when there's interstate trading, how does NERC and the state's regulators coordinate that? So there still needs to be a coordination in the sector between what NERC is doing and what the state electricity regulators are doing. There's still a lot of capacity building that is required. Like Mrs. Delano mentioned, Enugu states, they've appointed commissioners and, they need to start doing a lot of work, and there's a lot of capacity and there's a lot of knowledge that's required from NERC. So that knowledge sharing has to be there. So like you mentioned, I believe NERC still needs to remain present in the sector. They will remain present in the sector, and they still need to support the state electricity regulatory commission. There has to be a gradual process. So I'll just stop there.
All right. Thank you. So NERC's role is very crucial in making this decentralization work. That's what I got from that. Okay, Mrs. Dolapo wants to follow up on that. I see you have your hands up.
Yes, and thanks a lot, Ganiat, for that. I just wanted to mention an example that a vivid example that happens in Nigeria that we can look at. We have something called the Joint Tax Board, which is basically states and federal government, basically have a joint tax board to assess what it is that the taxes that they're paying, who is receiving what, who gets paid what. And it has worked very, very well. And we need to have something like that, on a state and federal level, where in terms of standards are set, and there's a forum for state and federal to always meet. I think they have meetings periodically and they come out with communiques to say that, this is what we've agreed on, maybe new rates and things like that. And I think that something like that needs to be set up if it's not already set up, between states and federal, so that it's also a way to also build capacity, because I know that there's also capacity building in the joint tax board model. So I just thought to mention that there are actually happening in Nigeria that you can use.
Yes, and
Just
sorry,
to
Zai,
mention-
just to add on to that. Oh, sorry, please go on, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted to bring to just to mention that there's a provision within the Electricity Act that talks about the association, between the Commission and all state electricity regulatory authorities. So there is an intergovernmental body that is supposed to be established, and it's in the process of being set up. I know that they've had previous discussions on it, on how to set it up, who is the framework. Ganias, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, oh yes. So I was actually going to make the same point that Section 239 of the Electricity Act actually contemplates that NERC and the state electricity regulatory commissions would establish a sort of inter-institutional relationship with an intergovernmental body to promote harmonious relationships. And it's good to hear that, that body is already being set up between the two entities.
Well, that's really clear. I mean, very, very insightful, and makes a lot of sense, because for this decentralization to function effectively, there has to be collaboration of some sort. And it's really good to know that the Electricity Act has envisaged that and made provisions for that. Now, and my next question is going for Mrs. Dolabo. So, and there's so many people that have been asking, is Nigeria ready for this decentralization? People have been asking, are you sure we have the capacity? When can we begin to see the benefits? And I'll tell you the reason why people are skeptical about it. There's been so many reforms that have happened in the electricity sector. It started back in, it didn't even start from 2005. It was prior to that, from NEPA to PHCN to privatization. And each time there were promises that were made that, it's going to improve the sector. And I don't think from 2005 till now, we've made, considerable amounts of progress in that sector. Those issues that we faced in 2005, we're still facing them till now. So the people are skeptical. People will ask and say, when first is, are we ready for this? Are we ready to hand over these powers to these states? Do they even have the finances to take care of themselves? Talk more finances to commit to, power. And secondly, when can we begin to see these effects, this promise of, the impact of this decentralization? Are we looking at a 10-year tenure? Are we looking at, let's say in the next 5 years? We just need to have something that we'll be looking at and that will make people hopeful. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Well, it's an interesting question, because it's an iterative question we need to continue to ask ourselves, because even when we look at what's happening on the federal level, we know that we are still on a journey. And then in the middle of that journey, we then have a decentralization. And I think that the way that Jumoke put it as to the fact that, we haven't yet gotten there, but on this journey, we are looking at several ways in which we can resolve the problem. So if you ask me if we are ready as a country, I would say that we are never ever fully ready, but we just need to continue. We've done something that is a fundamental change. I mean, if you looked at it, in fact, let me even go back years before. At the time when we were privatizing, it was very ambitious. Nigeria's privatization was one of the most ambitious privatizations ever seen. And there was a lot of, everybody was watching to see what happened. Everybody in the world was interested to see what happened. And you'd have seen it from how many people were interested, and then it started to trickle, out as people saw that, I may not be able to take this risk. But that said, we did it. And we are moving on. So it's the same way I would say that we've come into this. We decided that we're going to have a new Electricity Act, and we've put these provisions in. So we have to, whether we are ready or not, we're going to have to take the bulls by the horn and actually start to do what we need to do. And some of the things that we've been saying here, but in terms of, the states, and I think a lot has been said, about from the executive, the mindset that the executive needs to have, from capacity building, the kinds of people that the states now need to attract, from being an investment destination. Those are all the things that need to be done. And I think that it's a whole message to us. The electricity sector is one part of it, but it's a whole message to us as a country. Every time we talk about Nigeria, we talk about Nigeria progressing, making progress in terms of our development. The fact is that business happens in states. So a lot of things happen on the federal level, and federal is trying to push. But if they don't come down to the states and that action is trickled down to the states, and the states also have their own, they also have their own plans and also executing plans, in terms of the larger plan to move this country forward, we still won't make progress. So whether we've come into this accidentally, whether we've come into this purposefully, the fact is that we've come into this. So we are going to have to, do what we need to do. And it also comes down to, at the end of the day, our elections. Who we vote in. You understand who the leaders are in this state, because you can't divorce the political environment from ability to make progress with things like this. So it's a multi-pronged question, that has multi-pronged, or multifaceted challenges, but we are where we are, and we need to move forward. What is going to happen is that you will see states that will do well, and hopefully you will see states who will try to, and you will see some states who will just perhaps not do anything. But I think that what will also force the states is for the people themselves to insist that, you owe us. You owe us this. I mean, electricity and energy is a right. It is a right, even though it shouldn't be for free. But it is a right, So yeah, so I'll stop there.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I mean, one thing is clear, we're never ready until we have to do it. And when we are called upon, we have to do it. I don't know if I can get thoughts of Mrs. Delano on that too. Do you think we are ready for this? I mean, I know you are a champion of this decentralization. I mean, from your from a private sector perspective, do you think we are ready for this? Do you think the states can actually effectively handle that? And also, I mean, when do we begin to expect? Let it not be like, oh, the promise that the promise that we've had since 1960 that we are going to be like America, and we're not there yet. So I mean, when can we begin to see this promise?
Okay.
What level of patience do we need to have to begin to see this?
Good question, Zion, that you've asked. Are we ready? And how do you assess the state of readiness? And you can assess the state of readiness, from looking at if you have the resources, available to be able to attack the problem you are facing. That's one of the ways you assess the state of readiness. But you can also look at the level of decay and the level of the progress that has been made in the last 20 years. And to determine and extrapolate that if we continue at this rate, where would we be in the next 20 years? Sometimes the state of lack of progress is what determines that, when they say if you are down, the only way to go is up. Now, what I mentioned is that it's a marathon. It's not a 100 meters dash or even a 400 meters dash, that before you turn to the left and to the right, there's energy everywhere. No, it's a marathon, and there are going to be, different ways, to get to the destination of energy security. Now, just to give a couple of examples, in order to arrive at this destination of energy security, what had been done traditionally was the extension of the grid, trying to ensure that the grid gets to everyone. But there's a cost to that. And you must get to the point where you're able to do an analysis that is grid extension mandatory for everyone, or will it make sense? I remember working in a distribution company, And one of our concerns at that time was the cost of the meters vis-a-vis the energy that you are going to get from those customers. Some customers, the energy that they use in a month, in one year, cannot buy that meter. So, there are issues that you have to look at, very logically. So if there's the issue of grid connection, so maybe a grid connection is not the solution. And after a while, we began to hear about decentralized energy, distributed energy resources, where you have what you call the mini grid. A mini grid is a generation plant that is connected to distribution network there's no transmission. And under Nigerian regulation, you have up to 1 megawatt for a mini grid, but it can, depending on the capacity or the consumption of the users, the end users, can serve 200 to 1,000 customers. So there's a need to refine the solutions in order to ensure that they work for the environment that you are in. So we have 36 states, and those 36 states can as well be 36 nations. So that's why I like the issue of the federalism is now being reflected in the electricity markets. And it gives the state governments the opportunity to take responsibility in order to deliver energy security for their citizens. I like what Dolapo said about energy security being an election discussion. Yes, accountability is key. You need to call your governor, those in governance to be accountable and to be answerable to those who have voted them in. Now, we talked about timeline. So I would say we're ready. I've gone a roundabout way of saying we're ready because we need to make progress. Timelines, it depends on what you are investing in. Depends on the capacity and the size of the plant. If it's a mini grid, there are some mini grids, solar mini grids that within 18 months, they can be set up and running. Now, if you want to develop a power plant that runs into hundreds of megawatts, depending on the type of technology, it will take longer. The other thing that is key is the need for proper planning. There is a need for you to plan. You can't just be haphazard about it. One of the things that happened recently was the presentation of the Nigerian Integrated Resource Plan. And that Integrated Resource Plan looks at the energy demand in Nigeria, looks at the energy resources, and tries to do a matching. And using least costs, because the fact that you have coal and you have gas, which one of them is cheaper for you to use to address? So there's a need for proper planning now at state level. The national one has been done, but it now needs to be done at state level so that there is a systematic match towards the destination. Now, the issue is like, I'm sure that if the citizens of a state are seeing progress, are seeing that we are going in the right direction, they will be patient enough to wait that, okay, this thing is coming soon, to a cinema near me. I'm soon going to have, electricity. But it's when you vote the wrong people in and they undo the work that has been done by the previous government, then it looks as if you are moving forward and then taking steps back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, this is very good. This is very, very clear that we as citizens have a role to play to make sure that we vote in the right people and we don't vote people that just promise to, make foodstuffs cheaper for us. They will also vote people that, also promise to make electricity very, very available and efficient electricity markets. Thank you so much for that. And I have the next question for Dr. Ayodele. I mean, so many things have been said, and one thing that is very, very clear from these discussions today is that we need money to be able to make this happen. Just like the popular Nigerian phrase, they say better soup now money maker. I mean, we need financing to be able to finance these projects. And I mean, the little gas-fired power plants now, you could see that they run into billions of dollars. And I don't know how many states now that have up to billions of dollars to be able to finance or even to contribute to financing of such large infrastructure projects. And our distribution sector also needs upgrades. We're not using the state-of-the-art facility, even the transmission system, down the whole entire value chain needs infrastructure upgrade. So the question is, what are these financing mechanisms? What are the innovative financing models these states could adopt to, finance these large-scale infrastructure projects, because I know that most of them can't even, go to foreign markets for debt because of certain legal restrictions in our laws. So what are the innovative financing models that could be adopted by these states in financing these large-scale infrastructure projects, or attracting, to make sure what are the mechanisms that can also provide to attract financiers, to give them comfort in financing those infrastructure projects?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The first point is the states need to ensure that the states are attractive through good laws before you start talking about financing. To be honest, more often than not, money chases good products. Money chases excellence. Money chases two things for every lender. Can you pay back what I've lent you together with the interest? That's what's critical to lenders. Can you pay back? So it's not necessarily about the financing mode, which I can also discuss quickly. It's more around, do you have a structure that is bankable? Are there consumers? Do they pay? Do you have a system that ensures that they pay? Are the tariffs cost reflective? Or some will say service reflective, which also include cost reflectiveness. Those are questions you ask. Now, from financing, more recently, we're beginning to see what they call results-based financing, particularly for renewable projects, where they give you target, and once you meet each target, you get the next milestone, and you get the next milestone, and you go on that way. Otherwise, what we see in the market, and we're addressing on a few of them, will be project finance. There's no pure play project finance. There's almost no pure play project finance in Nigeria, because they'll still ask sponsors to put their names behind. They'll still put sponsors and borrowers as obligors, and they'll still make them guarantors, and the guarantee would be a primary obligation, not secondary. So you see project finance, but everyone still looks at the same thing. Can the project deliver the goods? Now, for the project to deliver the goods, as the state or as a relevant state made projects such as that attractive, and would there be sufficient technology and sufficient support from the government to ensure that tariffs are paid? Do they have a culture of paying for service? For the few projects we've done around financing, more often than not, those are issues we look out for, whether it's within a community or a number of estates or cluster that people look at. And then you can speak to certain international organizations which provide this sort of support, right? Multilateral lending agencies, some guys do social capital, particularly from Europe. They at times have less stringent requirements, but everyone just wants to be sure they can get their money back. And at times you can also get, and I forget what it's called now, they give you like funding, free funding. That's another way you can do it for certain grants. People apply for grants, and people that are experts who know how to write those grants applications and get it often. Those are the means I have seen, unless you want to do a public-private partnership arrangement with government to maybe power government facilities, and then you get an irrevocable standing payment order. But there are requirements, right, as to quantum, and they look at it versus your last year's amount you got from your, whether internally generated revenue, or they look at it from what you got from the federation account the previous year. There are rules around all of those. So that's what we've seen. So it's an amalgam of a number of things, from attractiveness of that state to investment, to ensuring your technology can work, to ensuring that, because they want to be sure they can get their money back, right, the banks, and to then looking at the sort of structure in place. And I've seen at least one project where it's been only equity. The guys had a lot of money and they put their mind behind it. One of the somewhere in Lagos. I don't want to go into details because you can then guess. Thank you.
Thank you. So various financing models, whether it's concessionary financing, debt from DFIs and equity financing, project financing, can be used. Okay, so I mean, to follow up on that, the question to the Learned Silk that is ably represented. So following up from that, I've been in stakeholder engagements where states have been complaining that they can't even access the market to get financing and funding for various projects that they're doing because these lenders keep asking for, sovereign guarantees, keep asking for things that they can't provide, keep asking for head, and they keep asking, if you are going to ask for all these just to give me this, so I might as well do them by my own self with the little allocation I get from, the federation. But we know that these allocations are never enough with the overbloated cabinet, with the overbloated, executives and, every people in office, the overbloated civil service. And so it's never enough to do other infrastructure projects. Talk more of investing billions in electricity projects. So the question is, what are the things these states need to do to give incentives to private investment? What are the policies they need to put in place to give incentives to investors to say, what, I'm going to that state because of this, I'm going to that state because of that. So what are these, like I've seen a couple of jurisdictions where they increase, the structure, they increase the capacity and say, oh, if you're generating anything between 5 megawatts, and below, you don't need a license. So somebody could come and set up a 4 megawatt plant and say, oh, I don't need a license. So he's saving the money that he was ordinarily used to procure a license, and he's going to use it to invest, So these are some of the incentives we've seen around. So what do you think, judging by the Nigerian setting, what are the things that these states would do to provide these incentives and comfort to those private investors to come?
Okay, thank you, Zion. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thanks, Zion. Okay, so I think some of these incentives, I believe Dr. Ayodele had discussed during his presentation, and some had been mentioned. But the first one I would mention, which isn't really an incentive, but is something the states can do, is having clear and transparent laws. So like Mrs. Delano said earlier, having laws and the regulations. So if investors know that, this is the legal and regulatory framework, if they are aware that, for example, if there's a licensing regime, this is the process for obtaining licensing, this is the term of the license, once, how enforceable are those legal provisions? I believe Dr. Adele mentioned earlier that even if you have a bad law, as long as it's consistent, you're more likely to attract investors than having a law whereby if there's a change in government, something changes, because investors are looking at what is the political risk in your state or within the state. What is the risk of expropriation? If I'm granted a license today, is there the risk that this will be revoked in the next couple of days? I believe also someone had mentioned earlier around taking away powers from the governor as to the licensing regime, the sort of nepotism that will be involved. And so when you have a clear legal and regulatory framework, that's a first step in inviting investors, because even with respect to the due diligence that they'll be undertaking, the first part of it is what is the legal and regulatory framework for investments in this sector and within the sector. And then the next thing you need to do is what are the sort of incentives to lower the barrier to entry? And, I know within the sector, we've had historically subsidies, which has led to a lot of legacy debts within the sector. But unfortunately, we do still need some sort of government support within the sector. And it doesn't have to be cash contributions. It might just be, we already have the pioneer status incentives that are available to entities within the electricity sector, but states then need to look at, maybe with respect to land access, how can I make this process easier to investors in procuring their certificate of occupancy or procuring any land documentation? With respect to the licensing regime, how do I make it as easy as possible to ensure that they're able to come in? Even with respect to what we currently have under the Electricity Act around mini grids or generators below 1 megawatts that have a more simplified process. Those are incentives, for investors to come into the sector. The states need to start having conversations with the federal government as to the sort of tax incentives that can be provided within their own specific market. So those are some of the things states can do. And I know you had said in your scenario around, private sectors asking states for guarantees, etc. But unfortunately, the government still needs to have a skin in the game. So it can't be the private sector alone that funds, the development of this market. So the government also needs to encourage. So there are ways the government can encourage that partnership. So the states need to look at their PPP laws, what is permitted under their PPP laws. We have issues around guarantees, etc. But for example, in Nasarawa State, under their NACIDA law, the government can issue guarantees to concessionaires. They can provide indemnities. They can provide some sorts of fiscal incentives. So those are some of the things investors are looking at. For example, when Enugu State was enacting its electricity laws, some of the things we had advised them with respect to the licensing regime is every investor would want a licensee to assign the rights to their license or assign some sort of their project documents, etc. So what are the ways in which you need to ensure that this isn't an unduly bureaucratic process? And also the attitude of the regulator. So is the regulator open to community engagements? Are they open to investor engagements? For example, I believe Mrs. Delano had mentioned that Enugu State recently had an engagement with its investors. And so when investors know that this is a state and the regulators within the state are open to investment, then they will be willing to come in. And so, these are some of the things that states can do to attract it. It doesn't have to be them providing some sort of cash-based support. It might be in the policies that they've put in place. It might be in their attitude to investors that would then lead to, and also the relationship with the federal government that would attract investors within the sector. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Well, thank you. So I'll just follow up on that with Mrs. Delano. So, from a private sector perspective, this is my last question before I take questions from the audience. So from a private sector perspective, those are the things you're looking to see to know that this state is serious. So let's go to that state. What are the things you're looking to see and say, oh, this is going to favor us more, these particular, policies and these particular incentives. And I'll take Lagos State, for example. Lagos State is the only law for now that I've read that says that, people that have existing licenses should continue using their license, while you are operating in Lagos. And I feel like, okay, that's fair. So because I know some people procured license, let's say you procured your license in 2022 and those licenses are supposed to last for 10 years. And by 2023, there's a change in law, that requires you now to get the license of the state in which you set up your electricity business. And most of these laws are saying that, you have to come again and get their own licenses. And you're looking at it, you're going to be procuring 2 licenses. And I'm seeing those kind of issues in the sector. So what are these things that the private sector would see and say, oh, that state, I think it will favor us? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Zion. Interesting conversation indeed. I think the state also has to decide what role it's going to play. I appreciate the contribution by Ghanaians, that the state has to have skin in the game. That's very important. The state also needs to decide what role it's going to play. Now, are you playing the role of an enabler? Because many times when states come in to manage organizations, there are some institutions that the state has to manage, the government has to manage. But there are institutions where the government does not have to manage. You can leave it to private sector, to be more efficient with it. And so where the state is creating the role of an enabler, then you ensure that the whole enabling environment is conducive for investment. I know that Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, who is the current Honorable Minister for Trade, did a lot of work while she was at PEBEC in improving the business environment. So Nigeria improved in the enabling business, in ease of doing business. So how easy is it to do business in your state? And Ganiat had mentioned, a couple of things that will make it conducive. And this issue of access to land is one of the keys. If you want, to attract investments, and you don't, the other issue, there's a flip side to creating an enabling environment, but then you're also concerned, states are and should be concerned about the cost of electricity to end users. So while I'm not advocating, for subsidies, but there are things that the state can do. For example, provide land. So if the cost of land is this, it can be the type of subsidy that the state wants to provide. And this eventually will reduce the eventual costs of the tariff to the end user. So you are not subsidizing consumption, but you have provided something tangible in terms of an asset that allows the eventual cost of electricity to the end user to be reduced. So that's one of the issues of right of way. Right of way is a big issue, and they're even looking at from the federal perspective, a lot of transmission projects have been halted because of issues of right of way. But the right of way, the corridors, they are in the states. So the states, should have greater influence in resolving the issues of right of way. I think that's one of the areas that, investors will be looking at. That what are the permitting process, the licensing process? How am I able to move quickly with my application? What about the timelines? So in some states, there's actually a timeline within their law, that within their licensing regulations, that if you apply and you bring all the documents that are required, which don't include your grandparents or things like that, no, bring legitimate documents, they will process it in 3 months. So that commitment to efficiency and timeliness is also a huge area that investors will be looking at. I think Enugu has something like that, where they are committing to 3 months, to processing. So an investor will be looking, now that, I have maybe 10 investment destinations I'm looking at. So I'm now trying to weigh the options. So there will be cost benefit analysis of doing this project in state A as against, state B. So those are some of the things that, streamlined licensing is key. It must be easy, to get to the point where you know whether you are going ahead with this project or not. It's not something that should be delayed, unduly. Thank you, Zion.
All right, thank you so much. This has been a very, very packed, and very insightful conversations that we're having. So I'll let the audience join in on this conversation. So we have a question for Dr. Oni in the chat box. So somebody asks, I think it's from Chukwibuka Ibe, say in practical terms, if state A enters into an MOA or MOU with state B for the supply of electricity from state A's power generation source to state B through a PPA, does this mean that NEC and the Electricity Act will wholly regulate the entire transaction rather than the state regulators or laws, or will the two guide the transaction side by side? Are there possible mechanisms that states can explore to trade electricity across state borders without NEC's regulatory oversight?
Okay. I think at the point where you leave your borders or try to connect outside of your state, NEC then plays a role. Everything that still happens within your state will be regulated by that state to a large extent. But once you begin to then want to do intrastate, go outside of your own area, your state borders, NEC regulates that aspect of the engagement. Now, with respect to trading interstate, it's same thing, right? Whether you can be creative. I haven't really thought about how else you can be creative. Maybe I have, because at some point we're drafting for one of the northern states, and that issue came up. A number of states wanted to collaborate, so it was difficult to find. I mean, there were other ways we thought they could collaborate, but doing trading across states, NERC will then get involved, unless someone else on the panel can then provide additional thoughts. But my own initial views are that you will generally have NEC involved once it leaves your borders. I see that the LAC borders have additional thoughts or views, but that's
Yes,
my
okay. Okay, so yeah, before we go to Ms. Dolabo, I mean, to just ask Mrs. Dolabo, I mean, this question is very, very key because I'm looking at it in such a way that we're saying that once is intrastate within the state regulates, but once anything crosses your border, the NEC comes into place. And I'm looking at the laws of different states. The laws of many states always have this language that anybody who constructs, own, if any undertaking in the states is required to procure license. So now look at it this way. If, for example, in Lagos State, an entity owns a power plant, but wants to supply to, let's say in Oyo State, it becomes interstate. So the entity has a generation license from Lagos State, and you have to supply to Oyo State. You have to also procure another license from NEC. Is that the intent of this decentralization? Double overregulation. And one of the things that has been thing that kills sectors is overregulation of the sector. And we have a situation where there is a potential double licensing regime. Could it not cause more harm than good in the sector?
Thanks, Zion. I think it could potentially cause more harm than good. But what I was going to say in addition to what Dr. Oni has said is that where it then comes to interstate, if you look at it dispassionately, a state is agreeing with another state. Now, to get that power from that state to the other state, there is probably transmission infrastructure that's involved. Now, the safety of that transmission infrastructure, everything involved in the transportation, because then you probably be dealing with TCN. And TCN, as far as we know, largely because it's doing intrastate, largely, I say largely because there are also TCN operations within states. We are not quite sure how that will be regulated, So, but the fact that you are going to have to transmit, and there's also a market, a grid market, you will find yourself coming within this jurisdiction, of federal. And this happens in many federations, including in the US and in other things. But I think what's important is that when we first start, it may seem chaotic and the private sector hopefully will not hurt too much. We are hoping. It's going to be a function of planning and a function of that coordination. Because what I'm hoping should be able to happen is, okay, a state, that kind of transaction be governed on the federal level. So what kind of minimal regulation would you have in state? And this is already a reality now. For example, a GENCO. A GENCO is in a state, right? But it's supplying power on the grid. I'm sure that in some states, they will still want to somewhat regulate the GENCO's operations inside that state. So how do you make sure that, it's not one that becomes really double regulation? Is it more light-handed regulations? Are there just issues, maybe even looking at what kind of issues can a state regulate on that when you are more a federal, a grid supplier? Is it more safety? Those kinds of things is why we need those continuous discussions between federal and state, so that as we go on, it's going to be a learning process. And as we go on, these kinds of things, need to be dealt with. I just want to speak very quickly about an enabling environment that has been very, very eruditely talked about by my fellow speakers, and just a few things for states to also think about. When we talk about an enabling environment, apart from the things they've said, it's also an environment that attracts the right kind of people. So we talk a lot about, we talk about guarantees. You may not have to even give guarantees if you attract private sector in the way that private sector to play. What you need to do is just make it possible for private sector to be able to do business in your state. And some of those things are create an environment for there to be huge energy consumers. Can you create an environment where you have industrial zones, for example, and where you make it possible for, if you come here and set up an industry, that is heavy if you set up an industry that is perhaps heavy energy demand, there are certain, or just set up an industry, there may be certain tax waivers that you will get, setting up within that industrial zone. That way, you also encourage private sector who are developing power projects, for example, to come and invest. And then you also incentivize them to invest in those power projects. You also need to, when we talk about energy, we also have to look at it from even an affordability perspective. Just enabling the well-being of your citizens such that they have enough money in their pockets to pay for electricity, is another enabler. So states need to be thinking really, really, high level, and thinking from a very design and planning perspective as to how they can enable things, enable business in their environments.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I mean, it's clear that it's a learning process. We are going to, as time goes on, we're going to see how these, could be implemented in terms of the regulatory, powers and the framework. Thank you so much. I mean, we have a question from Victor. So I'll address this question to the Leonard Silk, who is represented. So in light of Nigeria's recent constitutional amendments enabling states to generate and distribute electricity, how can a decentralized energy framework balance efficiency, regulatory coherence, and equitable access while mitigating potential challenges such as regulatory fragmentation and investor uncertainty? I know we've spoken to this, but could you just maybe touch in 2 minutes, just also touch on this point?
Yes, thanks, Zion. So the question is, how can a decentralized balance efficiency, regulatory? So I think it's some of what we've been discussing, over the course of today. So with respect to balancing efficiency, regulatory, and equitable access. So now that states can regulate the markets, what we've said is, what are the laws that are being put in place, and what are the regulations that are being put in place to support those laws? With respect to even across the country, right? What's the difference between the laws that are being put in place by, for example, Lagos State and Ogun State? How does that support potential interstate trading? Are those laws inherently different, or are they similar? What we've seen so far is a number of the laws follow the path of the Electricity Act. A number of the laws are quite similar. And so they've been able to do that to ensure that there's some sort of coherence in how the laws will be applicable. And so when you have an entity, for example, that needs to do business within Lagos State and on the federal level, so interstate, there's still some sort of coherence as to what the regulators will be asking for because the laws are uniform. And in terms of mitigating challenges such as regulatory fragmentation, investor uncertainty, I believe we had already discussed earlier as to how to attract investors. You need to put those laws in place, and the laws need to be clear. It needs to be transparent. It shouldn't be a thing whereby investors don't even know what the regulatory framework is. It should be transparent. I remember I actually raised the fact that there are a number of states that have enacted laws, but I haven't seen the laws, but we know that they've been signed by the states. And so, what's the transparency of your laws? How do you attract investors? And like I mentioned, even in terms of the states having a skin in the game, it might be with respect to infrastructure investments. The states do need to develop their infrastructure just to ensure that investors are more assured as to, what's the role of the state and how serious the state takes the development. And in terms of regulatory fragmentation, I know we had discussed earlier the relationship that NERC needs to have with the CERCs. There are some existing regulators that might need to transition out of the market, given the move to federalism, etc. But it's a gradual process that will take time. And I know Mrs. Delano had mentioned some states said the states had alluded to the fact that they wanted to put in place laws by the end of May. I'm not sure how possible that is. It needs to be a gradual process, looking at what are the needs of the states. Is my state bankable? Is my state ready for investment? But it's a gradual process that I think in time, and with NERC support, with the support of the federal agencies that we would have that sort of coherence across the sectors, across states, and then some of the challenges that we have would also be addressed. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was clear. So the next question is from Mujib Dada. So, and I'll be addressing these questions to Mrs. Delano. So what happens when states are in control of the electricity sector? I mean, but can't provide electricity or can't attract investments as expected? What will be the fate of these consumers? So this, it goes to one of the concerns, what is really consumer protection, rights that will be available to these consumers. And also it should be noted that states collapse water supply services and basic primary education after those were handed back to them. So how can these realities be addressed? So is this maybe an offshoot to some of those concerns that we have that, some of these responsibilities have been handed over to states in the past and they failed woefully. So how are we trusting them with this such, very, very, very capital intensive and technical sector? So are we sure if they can't handle basic education? I mean, it's clear, go to some of the state schools, they can't even fund it. The state schools are dilapidated. Go to the water services was, handed back to states. So many states don't even have a functional water corporation or supplying water. So, I mean, what happens to those consumers where these states, would they keep buying from NEC? I mean, this is a question that is coming from Mujib Dada Kadiri.
All right. Thank you, Zion, for that question. Mujib, good question that you've raised. What happens if a state is unable to deliver? With the decentralization of the state electricity markets, there is no unraveling of what already exists in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the generation, the transmission, and the distribution infrastructure that exists within the state. There is no plan at this point, to unravel those existing transactions. Like we have generation companies that are sending power to the grid, and they're sending power to the grid, and that power is being delivered to end users in the different states. Now, what I see happening is that eventually, because there is this decision by the regulator to alter the role that MBET is playing. MBET is the middleman that's at this point now stands between the generation companies and distribution companies. So they buy energy in bulk from the generation companies and they sell in retail, sell to the distribution companies. Now, so that is currently ongoing. I envisage a situation in the future when the generation companies will now start to sell electricity directly, bilaterally. So instead of going through MBET now sells to distribution companies. What is going to happen is the generation companies will now be selling directly to the distribution companies in the state. I believe that as this is what you are enjoying now, which is not optimal, which is primarily based on self-generation, is the least. There is a real opportunity when people invest in power, to be able to provide energy security and also be able to earn significant returns. So it's a business that, if it is properly structured and planned properly, will be able to generate returns for the investor, bragging points for the state governor, and jobs, and improved economic development for the states that are involved. Now, the way I like to see it is, it's a marathon journey. It's not a journey you'll get there on time immediately. Now, will there be mistakes? Yes. But will those mistakes be corrected? They should be. The other issue is the issue of accountability, which we've mentioned here today. We do not really have the practice of calling our leaders or those who we have elected into government. We don't really hold them accountable. And one of the things we should start to do is to hold them accountable. We elected you officials, and it's the power that we gave you that you are doing what you can do. So be a part. We should not be docile and we should get involved. get involved, participate in the transactions that are being, discussed. For example, usually when regulations are going to be passed in the power sector, there is an engagement process. So this regulation is coming up. It will be put on the website. We are inviting people to come and give their opinions. Be a part of those discussions. Hold those who you have appointed accountable so that we will not, and because the risk you run if you don't hold them accountable is that this kind of tragic ending which you are envisaging is what comes to pass. But we have started somewhere, and if we plan properly, we would keep making progress. But we must keep making adjustments. Even if a mistake is made, a project does not go as well as planned, then there must be what do we do next, not to abandon the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And everyone on the call, everyone would agree with me that this has been value for your time. This has been a very, very impactful session, an insightful session. This would help us as young lawyers to, when we are, advising, to always also think, generally about these issues and know how to tackle them. Thank you so much to our panelists, the Learned Silk, who was ably represented, and also to Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi, Mrs. Delano, and Dr. Ayodele Oni himself. And we really appreciate you for being here. I know we've, sacrificing your time out of your busy schedule. It's really something, an opportunity that wouldn't, be take for granted. And also we try to implore you that anytime the NBA-YLF call on you, that you also always be there for us and answer us, and we really thank you. So I'd like to invite the chairman of the subcommittee on power and utility, that's Isaac Alekwe, to just give a vote of thanks and also thank our, panelists and our keynote speaker for, being here today.
Thank you very much, Zion. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Zion. Thank you for moderating this very wonderful session. And my name is Isaac Alekwe, as Zion has introduced me just now. And I'm the team lead for the Power and Renewables and Utilities Working Group. I'm in the NBA-YLF Energy Sustainability Committee structured. Sorry. The NBA-YLF Energy and Sustainability Committee is structured in a way we have 4 working groups. Basically, we have an oil and gas, power, renewables and utilities, mining and extractives, and we have environment, climate and sustainability. So, this webinar series we've been having, we've had the first edition organized by the Oil and Gas Working Group, and this is the second one being organized by the Power and Renewables and Utilities Working Group. I must use this opportunity to thank our wonderful, speakers and panelists. We really appreciate you, from Dr. Ayodele Oni to Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi, Mr. Olajumoke Delano, and Mr. Olemieson, represented by Gani Ateriki. We really appreciate you for coming on board as a committee. We are grateful, and also I'm using this opportunity to thank the attendees, the persons that have attended this webinar. As a matter of fact, at the NBA-YLF, what we are trying to achieve, we are working on 4 pillars basically: industry advocacy, capacity building, resource leadership, and we're also looking at partnership for progress. So basically, this webinar series that we've kicked off is part of is keying into our 4 pillars, and is in line with what we are trying to achieve. As Zain has rightly said when it was concluding, we would really appreciate if we call on some of our speakers today in terms of partnership, and they give us a warm embrace and work with us. It will be really grateful. We'll be really grateful as a committee, and that will be very instrumental to what we are trying to achieve here. Thank you very much once again to our wonderful speakers and to everybody that attended. Yeah, God bless you.
Thank you so much, Isaac, and thank you also once again to our speakers and the panelists. Just to announce to the attendees that this session was recorded, and you can also listen to it and replay it over and over again in any of the NBA-YLF platforms. The link will be provided there. And the materials that some of us have requested for will also be shared across this platform. And this session will continue. Next month we'll have another webinar series, and we'd like everyone here to also make themselves available to join. And yeah, from me as a moderator, and I like to so I'll just call on the chairman to just say final words in less than 30 seconds, to just say the final words, and we'll draw the curtains.
Okay, quickly, everything has been said. Thank you, Mrs. Dolapo Kukoi, Dr. Ayodele Oni, Mr. Olajumoke Delano, Wolemi Eson, ably represented, and to all of our attendees. Of course, our moderator, the deputy lead for our power and renewables working group at the committee. The team lead has done well to speak to what we're trying to do. This is just me saying that we're calling on everybody to partner with us to see how we can drive some of our initiatives. Thank you to our speakers. I want to announce that we're going to be releasing a Q1 publication. It's a magazine of sorts. It's called the NBA-YLF Energy and Sustainability Bulletin, and we're looking forward to as much support as we can in ensuring that we push it. We welcome these law firms to come and work with us, partner with us to see that we can create something beautiful. We're trying to create enough resources and eventually in some way democratize access and entry into this industry. It's an industry that is very wide, but we have very little participation because of the opportunities of entry. So thank you to all our speakers once more. Please, we'll be calling on you from time to time. It's been a wonderful, delightful session. Have a nice day to everybody. I think we can draw the meeting to a close.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next month. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.